No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool, nothing else.
Well, good morning. It was a rush to get home. We are here on VP4 TV for supposedly another match or other matches in this year's 10 ball World Championship. The first match up is this match between Brainfell and Barkers on the winner's side. And Brainfell is in the lobby. It's due to go in about a minute and a half's time. And I don't see Barkers there yet. This is the first of about 4 matches today that we're going to try and fit in. And I'm actually still eating something at the moment. I just mute my mic while I'm actually eating. This is basically my breakfast since I got home from work. So the tournament page has been updated. We've got the match here between Barkers and Brainfell. It's supposed to be going in a minute. And we have the match between Popman and Paul 24 on the winner's side at noon. So that's going to cross over with the first match if it goes ahead. Then there's the other match between Bankster and Acero. If it goes ahead at 2 p.m, I don't know whether Acero will show up. Then we have Sylvia and Hairpig. The last match today, which is at 5, I think it's 5 p.m. this afternoon. So that's a one-loss side match. In the meantime, the room is just about to go up, and what was he? I was going to call him Bankster. Barkers. In fact, he's there now. I see him now. So we'll get in the room, and it's going to go quiet for a second or two if there's anybody there, because I'm going to have some more to eat. So the lag for the break. Race to 17. Alternate break. No jump cues. All non-obvious shots must be called. Banks and combos. And the 10 ball's an automatic call. So Barkers wins the lag. And off he goes. And I'll try and finish my food. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just eating something. I've just rushed home from work. That was a good shot. Quick way to win the first rack. Welcome to semi-pro. Right, we are good to go now. We have consumed a quick snack. So Parker's off the mark with that combo in the 10 in the first rack. Brainful out on his break has got a problem up top. And he's overhit that as well. Just a wee bit too much running on it. Well, he's got to make his mind up what he's trying to do here. Potting these balls. Because where the 5 ball is, it's very unlikely he's going to get anywhere good on the 6 ball, where it's tucked away behind the 10, and he doesn't want to leave himself hooked.
Where's the cue ball going?
And I think he's behind the tip, as they say. So he's got himself in trouble. Ah, that's a good hit. Now, what's Barker's going to try and do? Obviously, he can cut the 5, but there's no great advantage in cutting this 5 unless he can see this 6 ball. He might have to just roll onto the 6. 9 ball is in the way as well. Now, he might try punching the 5 around the table, which could be dangerous. And I say dangerous if he headed it towards the 6. Now that's a safety. And now Brainful Out has a choice to either play or pass, I believe. And this might be not a wise move. I think he should be giving this back every day of the week. Because Brainful Out's biggest mistake is going to be opening these up. Now, was that legal? Yes, it was. It was tight, but he's opened it up. Dangerous shot to take on to break them up. It's given Barker's his chance to pinch the rack for a 2-0 lead. Oh, this cue ball needs to run. And it has done. Although the cue ball may well have to run again to get around onto the 9 if he wants to try and get good on the 9. I mean, he could just go onto the rail and leave the 9 long into this bottom corner. What's the angle like? Well, it's a good enough angle to stun across. He's got to not forget about potting the 9 though. And he's played it well. Being a snooker player, the stun shot's not a problem. So the mistake was made by Brainful Out. He should have given that back to Barkers. Because, well, I presume he had the option. I'm not 100% certain. Because I don't play 10 ball a lot, but the fact that Barkers played a shot, called a safety, a ball went in, I'm assuming that Brainful Out still had the option to either play or pass. I'm not 100% familiar enough to know that. But nevertheless, it's 2-0. And if he can get from the 3 to the 4, but get good in the 4, because the 4 to the 6 is the biggest problem of all. And that's the one that could ruin his chances of taking this rack out. And Brainfillout just has to hope that that's going to be the case. Well, he can dig into the cue ball, come across to the right long rail, and try and get in between the 8 and 6 here, I think, or the 7 and 8. And that looks pretty good. That's excellent.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That was exactly the line he had to get to. And I think he might be a bit straight though now in the 6 ball. Yeah, I think he's just going to dink through for the 7 into the side, and if he goes through far enough like that, he's got a perfect angle just to drop it in, and he'll be on the 8, no problem. Just a roll in. Oh, well, the mistake's been made, and Brainfillout has to put this away. Well, he could have came back there. I think the danger was maybe running into the 9 ball, but it could have done with a wee bit more comfortable than this. And now he's got to make sure the cue ball stays in the middle of the table, but comes up like to the line with the middle pockets if he can. But again, tentative shot, wasn't comfortable on it, left himself a bit higher than he would have liked, and that's caused him to miss. And that's a chance that simply had to go. This is what I was talking about in the other stream, that when you get to this stage in the tournament and you're getting opportunities, your chances of staying in this winner's side become very marginal and very slim. If you continually cannot take opportunities, getting yourself out of shape or whatever, it's not going to be good enough to prolong your life, certainly in the winner's side. And suddenly it's 3-0. And this should have been Brainfillout's rack. One ball into the side. Now I think he's got no shot. So presumably the push out is the order of the day, and he's trying to work out where's the best to try and push this. And I don't think that is it. Because Barkers can cut this 2 ball back towards the 6 and use the 4 and 5 for cover here. I presume he can. Let's have a look around. Well, maybe not, but he can still get distance, and he can still bring the 2 ball back across the table. Try to use the 8 ball, but the 4 and 5 are handy, and the 3 ball. And Brainfillout was asking for that. So the wrong choice with the push out has got him in trouble. So, the failed hit in the 2 and ball in hand for Barkers. And straight away he has to get nice on the 3 ball. You can pot the 3 ball every day of the week, but you have to get good on this 3 to follow and get good on the 4. And this is why he's just giving it a wee bit of thought. Now, that looks pretty good, because you can just roll this 3 in. Cue ball's going over to the left to open up onto the 4 into that other opposite corner pocket. They might have just travelled a tad too far. I think he can still come back and stay on the 5. I think he's fine. I think he's okay. Just I don't know. He's looking like running forward. You know he is. He's just coming back. Got into a wee bit more than he would like. And the reason is he's now the wrong side of the 5. And looking at the 7 ball into the side here. So this will just be a little roll in, I think. Unless he's got some other idea. He's just going through a wee bit further again. He should have stopped that. Well, it's not looking good already here for Brainfill out, but he's nobody to blame but himself. A poor choice in a push out, and that was the start of his downfall. And it's 4-0, and the break goes back to Barkers. Again, just a quick reminder for myself. Potman and Paul 24 are due to go at the top of the hour. And I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm going to go and get a coffee as well. I need a drink. Right, I am back. Brain fill out has his chance to get on the board. Good afternoon to Tyler A. Well, he'll be relieved now that he's finally got off the mark. And he's on his own break as well now. Well, that's one of them slug breaks.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
The momentum was in a few of the balls, but a big cluster of them, 4 of them, just died a death. And Barker's hangs up the 1, and this is a bit of a problem. Now again, Brain Pullout needs to play with a bit of common sense here. He can pot the 1 and he can pot the 2. And the 3 will go. The problem is, it's very touchy to get onto that 3. And he's pushed the 2 into the 5, so again, unforced errors abound here from Brain Fill Out. And Barker's, of course, now, because he was so close, made it much easier to get on that 3 ball. Look around. Now he's having a look at the 6 into the side. I mean, the 6 will go past the, where the 5 is once the 5 goes out the way. He could try getting over to that side of the table. That'd be one option. It might be just a roll through for the 6 into the side. And then again, depending on the angle he has, he wants to go to the rail and come out for the 7. Well, he's going to be further away than he would like, but the only real, I don't know whether very doubtful he can hold there for that 7. The further up the table he goes, the further away from the 7 he goes, but the more it would open up the shot in the 7. And this is the one that will decide the rack. Whether he can avoid any collision with that 10 ball. I think he might be okay. He's looking to, well, if he's trying to stun around behind it, I don't know whether that'll work. He looks as if he's going to the rail to come behind the 10. Now he hasn't called the 10, so that's a miscall. Oh no, it's not. He was on his ball. See, I'm confused again. He was on the ball he was playing, but the 10 gets respotted. That's fine. Lack of food's caused that. Well, again, it's punishment for Brain Pull Out. Trying to squeeze that 2 ball down the left side rail. Ran the 2 ball into another ball. Can't remember what ball it was. But again, ultimately it's cost him the rack, and it's now 5-1. So now what we need to look for is we need to look at the lobby and see who is in the lobby. Well, Popman isn't there yet, and neither is Paul 24. I don't see either of them, and their match room will go up in about 3 minutes' time, probably less than that. Welcome to Bill. Good morning. Match has already taken the shape that Brainful is just going to get bits and pieces out of this match because the mistakes he's making are being heavily punished. He's losing racks every time because of it. And like I say, he might just get the odd one where there's a couple of balls left. Like the rack that he won, I think that was all he had to do. 2 or 3 balls to win that rack. And it's taken that sort of pattern that may well continue. So having double checked the time, 12 p.m. is noon, British summertime that is. 12 a.m. is midnight. And Paul 24 has arrived. I'm just going to tab out for a second and go to Facebook because I have a funny feeling Popman might be confused. He might just turn up, but just give me 2 seconds. Right, sorry about that. I'm back. I've sent a message to him on Facebook, and I've tabbed out of Facebook, so I don't know whether he's going to get the message or not. But we saw Paul 24 arriving, and he is there, and that room should be up now. But there is no Potman. Oh, speak of the devil, he's finally showed up. So that match is getting underway. And I've just tabbed out again to the wrong bloody position. Hang on. Well, I've got a funny feeling that we should go to the Potman Paul 24 match. And you'll need to excuse me from slurping my coffee. I forgot to mute my mic there. Well, it's 6-1, and I will leave it up to you guys, but I think we should go and watch the Paul Potman match. I think it might be a lot more interesting, because this is only heading one direction right now, this match. Now I need to remember what screen it's on. I've got them set up for these three matches. Just let me see if we can find it. There we go. So Paul from the Philippines, Potman with the England flag. Barker's 6-1 up, and we will leave them to it. And we will head in to join this match. Again, a winner's side match, race to 17. And as you can see, Paul 24 is almost 2,200, which may well be an overall rating rather than a 10-ball rating. I'm going to hedge my bets and say that's what it is. And according to Potman, the balls are lagging. They're not lagging on my screen. Everything looks fine. Now, I wonder if Potman was on his way into VP4. We'll give him the benefit of doubt, and Paul 24 says nothing in his end. So Potman's probably running. There's probably a virus scan or something running at the moment, and he's not aware of it. So just while they're getting underway here, another look at this bracket, look at the schedule. The next match is supposedly Bankster and Acero, but this is the one that I'm wondering, and I've got my doubts as to whether this is going to go ahead, because Acero and Hazard, none of them showed up for the match the first time round. It was a forfeit for both of them, and Acero won that toss of the coin and got sent through to the next round. And of course, you've got to remember as well, it's this match is due to start at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Now, Acero has obviously accepted the proposal for 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The problem is that if he's down in Japan, he's like 8 or 9 hours in front, so that's like midnight almost his time. And Bankster, I think he's supposedly meant to be. Where the hell's Bankster from again? I can't remember. But anyway, that may or may not go ahead. I'm hedging my bets and saying it might not go ahead, but that's due to start in 2 hours' time. And then there's another match at 5 p.m, which is the one between Hairpig and Sylvia on the one loss side. So it's going to be a long afternoon, whatever happens. And also, while Paul 24 tidies up here, we'll give him the first rack. What I want to double check is, because I'm sure it was Popman that had that great result against Larry, wasn't it, in the first round? Yeah, Popman beat Larry in that final rack decider to send him to the one-loss side. And Larry's probably, this is the shortest time that Larry's been in a big tournament. He's been and gone. He went to the one-loss side, and he's been taken out there as well. And Hairpig overcame Larry by 13 racks to 11, so it's not been a good spell for Larry. Now there you go, Bill. What did I tell you? I bet you Popman thinks it was midnight. He was probably sitting there scratching his backside watching something on the telly and forgot all about it. Or he thought it was going to be midnight tonight. But it's good that he's here, because we do have a match. And Popman, well, I don't know what happened to Paul 24 there while I was looking at the bracket, because he only had the 3 balls to pot, and somehow or other he's found a way not to get the job done. And let's see if Popman can play with the same level of confidence and thought that he did against Larry. Because certainly Popman didn't do an awful lot wrong in that match. Well, he said a bump into the 9, he's still got a shot in the 2, and the angle is good. So it's all about, again, just judging the pace. Potting the 2 isn't going to be the major problem, it's just the pace off the rail and back out with the cue ball. And that is good. That is a good pace. Now he's a bit straight. And he's got a very slight angle. And that 4 ball goes into the side. A bit of bottom and left here. And this is going to be the issue. Is cutting the 4 into the side and the cue ball running. I don't know whether it's going to catch the 9 or the 7. It's caught the 9. He's avoided the scratch. And now he's going to have to run the cue ball. Let's have a look at the angle he's got. This is a dicey cut. But I think he's got the angle to do it. I think he can run this cue ball 1, 2, 3, 4 rails. And if he gets lucky, he could have a 6-10 combo here. He definitely could. 1, 2, 3. He might have overcooked it and he might scratch.
Where's the cue ball going?
Oh dear. Well, he had to take the risk, I think. I mean, the shot was on. The only thing that was wrong with it was the pace. And it's an easy ball in hand, 6-10 combo for Paul to get off the mark. I don't think Popman really did anything wrong there other than just misjudge the pace, because he had the right idea. It was tracking on a good line to get there. But when the cue ball's travelling all that distance, it's not easy to judge the pace. Good afternoon or good morning to Gary C. And it's Gary C and it's Tornado Tam. And I'm going to slurp my coffee again, so excuse me. we'll also keep an eye on what's happening in that other match. I think it's going to end up a bit of a bloodbath unless Brain Fill Out suddenly has a major change in fortune. So Popman is in at the moment. Let's just get that match up on the screen. Well, Brain Fill Out's got his second rack in the board according to that. It's 6-2. Popman at the table. Not a problem with the 3, not a problem with the 4. And again, this is a perfect situation where you have to be out. And if you're not getting out, you're doing something badly wrong. You've played a poor shot. Because they're all sitting there. And Popman did a lot of this against Larry, where tables were like this, and when he did get the chances, he was taking them. Well, Tam, you've got another week off, obviously, for tonight's Saturday Night 9-Ball League. We're going with the same team. We'll see how they do. And we'll be there for the live stream of that as well. But that all depends on what happens with the match at 5 PM this afternoon. Because the Hairpig and Sylvia match is going to be starting at 5 PM British Summer Time. That's noon Eastern Time, 9 AM Pacific. And the match is only a race to 13. It might be a wee bit short of the 2 hours, so we should be okay to then move on to the coverage of the league night. So Popman having to kick there, and he's failed this time to run out. And Paul's going to be more than good enough to punish any errors or mistakes. He's going to pinch the racks. Yes, I'll be doing the league night tonight. Oh, is Stubb in watching? Is he in watching that match? Yeah. Well, Barker's, we know fine well, he's no mug, and he should be good enough to give Stubb a tough match. Sooner or later, Stubb's going to run into trouble. And Popman has the break back in rack number 4, trailing by 2 racks to 1. I hope he's not in there typing loads of crap. Annoying the guys. I hope he's not doing that. Oh, I'll feel better once I've had this coffee. Well, this is a tricky setup. 2 and 3 won't be a problem. Getting from the 3 to the 4 to get on the 5 has to be controlled. And then from the 5, it's then a question of what do you do. If you get the angle in the 5, you can get a little run and a bump and hope to get lucky, but that's about all, I think. Because the 6 ball ain't going anywhere. There would be a great positional shot to get just about there on that 6, and even then that looks far too tight. Well, he's took the big risk. I think at the wrong time there. He was hoping to get really lucky and still be on the 5. He's now got himself in trouble. He's sort of freed up the 6 ball. And now with Popman having ball in hand, this is another opportunity here for Popman that he has to get done. So he should be able to just stop the cue ball. I think he wants to stop it with a wee... Well, he doesn't want to do that. He's now nailed himself to the rail. And he's immediately making it difficult. And that cue ball should have been out in the table. It should have been nowhere near the rail. So running forward, I think has got him on the mark. He's a bit straight though. He would have liked to have come into this side of the 8 ball to make it easier. And if he runs up the table to open up the angle again, he's going further and further away from the 8 ball. Well, he's trying to just hold it this side. And this is one of these ones again. Popman's getting himself caught out here. He's had a couple of opportunities in racks and he's not getting it done like he was the other day. And he's now going to be finding himself 2 behind. Right, that's taking care of the coffee. And I think this is finished dead straight. Well, there's a slight angle. Not a lot, but I think he'll just draw back off it. Yeah, just a stun out. And these are 2 racks that have gone away from Popman. He could have had the lead. He could have been up 3-1 himself here, but he's about to be 3-1 down. 2 mistakes have cost him 2 racks. Well, he'll still be biting his nails because he still... I mean, I say it before and I say it again, it's his best chance of winning one of these big events. 9 ball or 10 balls, his best chance. But he also has to step up his game when he starts going up against the higher quality players. Now, another quick look. Well, Barker's is now 8-2 up. So the foul from Paul gives Popman ball in hand. And that is really poor. That is
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
An incredibly poorly executed shot right there. And this doesn't put pressure on his opponent. When your opponent sees you doing stuff like that, he knows you're nervy. It will settle him even more. I mean that, and don't forget that's with ball in hand, and he couldn't nail the cue ball onto the 10. And already this match is drifting in a direction Popman needs to deal with quickly. And the only way to do that is not to be doing what he's done so far. He's had 3 opportunities. He's had ball in hand there. 3 opportunities for racks that he should have won. And they just drift away so quickly when you're not finding that level of consistency. Having said that, though, Paul's got himself probably in as bad a position as he could on this 5. Cue ball's now running loose. And, well, probably his best bet is the long combo in the 9, because it's not necessarily a great combo in the 8 ball into the side. And he's just tried to nail the cue ball, and he hasn't got that. And he hasn't got to a rail either, so this is a chance Popman wasn't expecting, and he's got to do it. And here's hoping he's paying attention. He's got ball in hand, leaving himself the angle. Well, he's gone. You know, he should have left himself higher on this 6 ball. Now he's looking at that. All you do is cut the 6 and the cue ball comes into the table. There's not a problem. See, he's letting the cue ball leak away. That wasn't the way to play that. You know, he's not on the ball. If he'd left that cue ball where he had it the first time, the ball comes straight up the table with a cut, rather than going way wide. And he's doing his best to make things difficult when they're not difficult. Good afternoon to Mooncake. How do I get rid of the mouse cursor on the screen? Popman, what you need to do is tab out of VP4, right? Go to your desktop, disconnect your mouse, and then reconnect your mouse, and then go back into VP4. And get yourself out of the stream and get focused on what the hell you're doing here. No, I've not seen him. That's a week he's been disappeared. He's not been around VP4 for a full week now. Well, that's a good break from Popman.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Now, how many went there? 2 or 3 anyway in the break. Yep, the 1, the 2, and the 7 have gone. The only problem is the 4 ball isn't going anywhere. He can just tickle the 4 ball past the 5, nice and soft, and leave the cue ball behind the 5, I think. It's a really delicate, soft touch. You see, he's hit it far too heavy. And if you're trusting your mouse, you'll execute that shot no problem. It was a much more gentle touch than that. And I think he might try to bash this in off the 8 ball here. No, he's managed to just squeeze it around. Well, how many are we going to count here? This is, well, this is suddenly gone a wee bit awkward, but it's still looking like it's 3 racks that Popman's thrown away. Cue ball's heading in the right direction. Although he's looking as if he's trying to draw this in. He needs to be careful with this. Yeah, he's had a dig at it, so Popman has got out of jail again. Well, your odds on you're running into the 10. I don't know whether this 10 ball could end up over the hole if he pots the 6. Well, he's missed it, and I think the reason he's missed it because he's missed the 6. I think he would have run into that 10 ball. But he's got lucky, and he might get another chance at it yet. Now, I am going to just type in the room chat to ask Popman if he's got his mouse fixed. Because if he hasn't got it fixed, then that's another reason why it's distracted him. I'm just going to type it because he's probably not in the stream and didn't hear what I said to him. We'll see if that fixes it. Is it gone now? Oh, that's not a great shot by Paul. And again, that's another really poor shot. Really poor. He's going to have to blast this. Oh, look at the cue ball. Well, there's your gift, Popman. But Paul really played a poor shot. He should have done everything for evasive manoeuvres to open up the 10 ball rather than running into it. And it's a gift for Popman, and suddenly he's back all square. So Paul's contributing some racks here for Popman to keep him in it. The mistakes are there as well. And it might well be that these guys will settle down at some point. Yeah, I just tabbed to the wrong one. I'm trying to remember how many screens I've got here. Hold on, this is it. And can you see the 4? Yes, you can. At the end of this rack, we'll have a quick look at the bracket and see what the update is in that other match. This is a bit dicey as well. Just trying to hold the cue ball somewhere in the table to have a shot in the 5. He's got a shot. I don't know how much he's hampered. But if he just rolls this in, the cue ball's taking the right direction to open up the 6 straight into the other corner pocket. Well, he's stunned back. And he didn't need to do that. And I think Paul's not thinking either. And he's got lucky as well. All he had to do was roll the 5 in. I mean, rolling the 5 in, the cue ball just opens out to this direction for the 6 ball, and then you can knock the 6 in and come across for the 7. There's basic errors here in trying to resolve a situation that wasn't a major problem. I don't know whether that's the line. I think if Potman's going that line, he needs to play left English. He needs to play left English to straighten it. Yeah, it was never going to get there in that line. And with ball in hand, you'd expect Paul to deal with this now because he can pot the 6, it comes down onto the 7, comes out for the 8, and if he brushes the 9, he's only pushing the 9 that way, and then the shot will be from the 9 to the 10. And I think, well, now he's going to have to jack up on the rail to try and come back a little bit, unless he wants to just go forward and leave it at a distance. He's checked it, and again he's stuck to the rail, but again this time there shouldn't be an issue. He just wants to get high enough on this. So if he's hitting the 9, it's only a brush in the 9, and that looks fine. So he should just let this roll through. If he gets a little bump in the 9, it's not a problem. And he's missed the 9. So here's the one that can always end up going funny. And he's dragged the pace off it, and that's perfect. So Paul 24 is back into the lead. And we'll give him that. And meanwhile, Barker's is now 9-4 up against Brainfill out. Potman breaks off in rack number 8. Nothing's doing. And that 7's going to be over the corner pocket. And it's also gone upward. Because it's now not dead set for a combo with the 1. He's still calling the 7 though. Yeah, it was never guaranteed. But the outcome is pretty good. Potman in trouble. Now again, the angle's there to get to this 1 ball. It's a narrowish window though. And the 8 ball's coming into play. Now he could try coming in this way and hitting the 1 ball rather than trying to hit it direct. Now I haven't the foggiest idea what that was. I don't know what the hell Potman's doing there. He's hit the ball when he didn't intend to. And these careless, I mean, these are careless mistakes here from Potman. And he wants to cut that out rather quickly. Especially with the league night coming up tonight. And also for his survival in this winner's side. Well, the 4 ball doesn't go. But the 4-9 combo looks good. Again, he's trying to improve the situation and take risk doing it. That's what Stubbs does. And that's how he ends up struggling. Okay, Paul's got lucky this time. The simple shot was just to get himself on the 4 and play the 4-9 combo. Took a big risk, got away with it. So just a dead weight. I think the 8 goes past the 9. Yes, it does. Well, Potman should be giving himself a good talking to get his head right. Silly mistakes are costing him here. He got it back to 3-all, but he's now leaked another couple of racks. Trailing by 5-3. And the break goes back to Paul. Oh, that's dry. Now, the shot I would play here is with left English on the right side of that one ball. You're pushing the one towards this pocket, but the left English, the cue ball hits that rail and straightens up down this side to try and get cover. That'd be one way of doing it. And that is, again, a nervy shot. He's not got the pace in that shot at all. Paul's hampered over the 7, but he's still got a cut in the 1, and he should never have had the cut in the 1. That one ball was meant to be over on the rail, and it's way, way short. But it's caught out Paul. And this is, in fact, that tournament has started on ITV, the main ITV channel this afternoon. The mixed doubles tournament. It's only on for a couple of days because I think there only is about, I don't know how many partners are in it. I think there's maybe just the 4. I think there's just the 4 teams in this tournament, and you've got the 4 best women in the world, and I think pretty much like the top 4 men in the world playing in this mixed doubles snooker tournament today and tomorrow. I don't know what it's called, but it's certainly something mixed doubles. And I probably won't see any of it. So Potman's missed a hit. Trailing by 5-3. Ball in hand to Paul. Oh, I think it was ball in hand there. Now, as you drop him through to try and play the 3-10 combo, as you run into the rail, trying to come out. Well, again, he's ran into the ball. He should have been nowhere near it. And again, these two players are struggling to find any sort of decent touch. The cue ball's leaked out, and Potman can get a clean hit on the 3, and he should never have had a clean hit on the 3. Once again, with that first shot and that 3 there for Popman, he's got the table at his mercy. Is he going to find out or find the way out again this time to stay in touch? And nothing crazy that he needs to do. Just pot the 5, roll the 6 down the rail. Again, he stuck himself to the rail. But rolling forward, he just needs to roll forward a little bit. He doesn't need to go too far. Now again, assess the situation here. If he dinks this 7 ball in, this cue ball's going to come out into the table further than he would like. So he's got to make his mind up what he's prepared to do here. The angle's a lot more than he would like. So he's got to decide whether he's trying to play it soft or do that and get himself back across. And that's a better shot. He's got a decent enough shot in the 8 ball. He should never miss this. And he should always be on the 9. And this is a type of shot he's played hundreds and hundreds of times. There's no way he shouldn't be getting this job done. He's got a nice angle enough in it and the 9 ball to come down table. So anywhere past the left side pocket. Nice firm stun by the look of it, unless it's a bit straighter than I think it is. He looks as if he's came straight down. Again, it's into this sort of bedhead territory. It's one of these little nervy ones that he's got to stick away. And there is no value in looking at this 3 or 4 times. You either see the shot or you don't. And Popman is just staying in touch. And the break is with Popman. Quick glance at the score. It's now 10-4 to Barker's. Popman's break. I don't know whether any of them went in. Nope. Well, let's have a look. There's enough room to get behind that one. I'd be punching in behind that with a bit of spin and pushing the one up table. I mean, you could nip it to the short rail and then onto that left side rail and just play the sort of snooker safety. You could do that one. Well, he's actually hit that all wrong. It ended up being sort of what I was talking about, kicking the one up the table, but he's played it. He wasn't intended to do that. I think he was trying to play the cut, and he missed it in the way up and hit it in the way back. And I don't think he's left anything very inviting here for Popman. Now Popman hasn't called the 4 ball, and that's a missed call. And again, that was just crazy. If he knew he was going to be doing something like that, then he had to call the 4. Now, what the hell went on there? Paul gave the shot back to Popman. And Popman, well, I presume Popman could see enough of the one to pot it. Maybe I'm wrong. But he decided he wasn't potting it. So Now the angle in this 3-ball, the cue ball looks as if it wants to come this way. And he's run into the 10, and that, again, you have to be aware of that. And now he's got himself in that twilight zone, no man's land. But if he can hold the cue ball, and again, that's going to be a missed call. And this is a horrible shot. Potman can pot the 6 ball, but he doesn't want to be trying to force this too much. He's going to leave himself a long, awkward cut in the 7. And the cue ball just needs to come over past the 10 ball towards the 8, someone like that. But he doesn't want to be hampered by the 8. And then Potman's went all out to get there when he should again just have taken his medicine. And can consider himself fortunate that he's not left anything here for Paul. You know, the guaranteed way of having a shot in the 7 was to just pot the 6 and come over to the other side of the table by the 8 ball. It was leaving yourself a longer pot, but at least you've got a shot to pot the ball. The Potman put all his eggs in one basket there, having a blast at the 6. And he's missed the bank. And again, Paul here, let's have a look and see. Well, he just needs to get out into the table. And that's what Potman should have done. He should have the cue ball somewhere over this side and just played the 7 where it was. And he could have still been at the table winning this rack. So if you're not thinking logically, you can start frittering racks away as well by just making that wrong shot choice or just not playing within your limitations. Shouldn't be any issue here. Just get the cue ball out into the middle of the table. And the lead is going back to 2 racks again. And Potman just desperate to stay in touch. It's now 11-4 to Barker's. It's only a matter of time. I think that was a 4 ball that went into the side. 2 balls went in up top. No shot in the 1. But Potman should be in trouble here. And that's a better shot. And that's got Potman in all sorts of bother. Oh, it's frustrating. It's frustrating watching Potman all the time, Bedhead, because again, he just doesn't. You know, I've always thought he overthinks things. And then he's not seeing a simple solution to something. I mean, that last mistake that he made was not playing the shot I was talking about and just leaving yourself longer in the 7. He tried to blast the 6 in and manoeuvre the cue ball. And okay, get the cue ball down the table, but that's immaterial if you can't pot the ball in the first place. So he should have just dinked the 6 ball in, played the 7 at distance, and that rack would have been on the board for him. He's lost about 4 racks at least, and that's being generous. He's lost 4 racks that any other player who had their wits about them would have been able to see the job through and get it done. And for Potman, that's a fine margin between playing good and bad. You know, there's sort of no middle ground with Potman. After he did a lot of good things against Larry, and that's a missed call. And once again, Potman gets a chance to just stay in touch and Paul's contributing to Potman's success here as well. I mean, Potman's got 4 racks on the board, and I think all 4 of them have been ably assisted by the mistakes that Paul's been making. Don't forget him. He's been contributing to this mess so far. Well, anything but behind the 8 ball, that's the rule here. Now again, you can go a couple of rails. Let's have a look. To try and leave some sort of shot in the side pocket for this 8 ball. And that's pretty good. And now, again, the major mistake here is rolling through too far and ending up behind the 10 ball. He's got loads of room. He should have no problem. And that's fine. Now let's have a look at the shot. So this is just forward, maybe with a wee bit of right to straighten the cue ball. Just check it. This is a gimme. Well, I think if Paul had been holding himself together, he could be up about 7-1 here. Or 8-1, something like that. I think when you actually look back on it, there's been as many mistakes from Paul as there has been Potman, but Potman comes to the table. Paul comes to the table. Potman's break is dry. And again, not a very good safety shot. And he's overcut that by quite a ways. Let's have a quick look at this 7 and 9. Well, they're not set. And they're quite close together, but they're nowhere near set. Now is he... I don't know what he was contemplating there. Well, this should just be a little dink on the 2 ball and just sneak out. And he's overhit that as well by a mile. He should never have been sitting near the 3. Now, if he's again thinking ahead here, it's about when he pots this 5 and where he leaves the cue ball on this 6. Now, if we look at it, there's no way the 7's potting anywhere. So he wants to get an angle either outside or inside this 6 ball. I prefer inside. I'm talking about in towards the rail, because that way you're not having to do anything crazy with the cue ball other than let that 6 ball go in and bump the 7 and 9. And that is right on the mark. I mean, the chances are this 7 ball's getting pushed towards the corner pocket. And he's missed the 6 though. You've got to get the first part of the job done. Well, I think he did everything right there up to that point, and then he forgets about potting the 6. And again, Potman comes to the table, and it's now to try and square the match. The inside line in the 6 ball was perfect. But I don't know whether he was trying to pinch too much of it there. Well, obviously he was. He certainly, it's either that he just didn't hit it in line. And this is the, well, again, that's not a great shot by Potman. He's not went through with the shot at all. And he's again making it tough for himself. Well, shot execution here has been poor from both players. Finding ways to get themselves in trouble. Well, that's a good recovery.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Okay, he's went to the bedhead cut, but he should be fine. That's the wrong button again, hang on. It's that one. I think the fact that Paul hasn't managed to be good enough to get away from Potman and sustain his lead might be playing right into Potman's hands, because Potman may well start to apply himself and get his head screwed on and realise that he's in a match and he has to actually start making his own success here. And the break goes back to Paul, and that cue ball's going to get pushed in. And so immediately, Potman has ball in hand. Now again, he should take his medicine here. You pot the 1 and try and get up the table towards the 3. If you get lucky, you might get right down on the short side here to punch this through and then just lock up the cue ball. You shouldn't be trying any, again, crazy stuff. I'd be desperately trying to come up this side though. That's where I'd want to go. I wouldn't want to be going up that side, because you're not potting a 3, so I'd be playing that 1 ball into the pocket and stunning up the table to get here. Well, one way or another, he's sort of got there. Now, he might just dink this a feather-light touch just to use the 5 and 7 as cover rather than going for distance here. That might be the shot. Just a little feather touch. Maybe a wee bit of left. Oh, I mean, it's an easy hit. And this might squirt off the back of this 3. No, it hasn't. He actually was able to hit more of it. So now the 3 is on. And they're all there for Potman. And it's Potman's chance, I think, to take the lead for the first time in this match. I could be wrong, but I'm probably right. And once again, he should already have looked to know where he's going before he moves. So he could dig into the cue ball and come over to the left. If he gets into it too much, there's a danger of the scratch. But if he's confident enough, he'll play it. He looks as if he's running around. Now, can he avoid the 6 ball? Yes, he can. Well, this is all about judging the pace. The pot and the 5 isn't the issue. It's the pace in the cue ball that's going to be the decider here. But he's coming down the left side, and the further down he comes, the more he opens up the shot in the 6, and that's just a bit too juicy. Oh, now. Well, I mean, there is a safety on. He can cut that 6 to there to come back and run the cue ball and try and get into this corner. I think the shot's on. But if he plays the pot and he does the same thing, he might end up in there in the top left-hand corner with no shot in the 7. Like that. I mean, you could see that coming a mile away. I mean, he's got a chance at a bank. But it was always on the cards. Now that was a shot he could have played the similar shot I was talking about to get the ball into those balls up the top end. And now he's trying to duck for cover. And that's not a bad effort. At least he wound his neck in. He wasn't prepared to take the risk on the bank. And he's going to bide his time and getting a better opportunity. And again, I've got nothing wrong with that. If you make the choice, then you've got to get the cover. And he did get it. Oh, that double kiss there for Paul has done him no harm. He's got away with it. No, Potman, is he having a look at the cut in this 7? This is, yeah, this is all your eggs in one basket again if he plays that. He's just looking for length and he's looking at 7 ball to get to the rail and it hasn't quite got there. And Paul's going to be taking this on. Make no bones about it. He's already made his mind up. Oh, he's way too thin. And that's a missed call. And Potman, well, the angle is fine. He just needs to thin this 7 ball in and have the pace right. Because when the cue ball comes off that 7, he's heading down that direction. He doesn't want to be doing any fancy footwork with the cue ball. Just let it run and let it open out and keep going like that. I mean, that's how you keep things simple. Is just use the angle that's there and don't try and do anything crazy and drop the 8 ball into the side. You're going to run a wee bit further away from the 10, but there shouldn't be any issue. And this is what players, lots of players have to do this, where you have to be thinking about what you're doing. I say it till I'm blue in the face. And if you're looking at the table and you see the shot, it should become automatic rather than trying to push the boat out and be spectacular and look as if you know what you're doing when in actual fact you don't. Just keep it simple. And Potman with a 7 racks to 6 lead on his break, 3 ball into the bottom left hand corner, shot in the 1, shot in the 2 in the side, 4 ball looks as if it's going to go in the top right hand corner. It could probably go in the top left as well. So again, looking at this table, Potman should already know where he's going before he's played these shots. And from that shot, he could drop the 2 in, so he has a choice. He drops it in and he leaves the 4 that way. He forces it through a wee bit with left English and he comes that way. So he needs to make his mind up. So he's went for the first one. And now again, if he just rolls the 4 in and looks at where the cue ball's going, it's going that way for a long 5. You don't need to do anything heroic. You just roll it through. And that's simple. It's amazing how players don't see the simple shot and try and do something crazy. And Potman's doing what's asked of him here so far. Now once again, you assess the shot and you look at it. Now if he just pots this 6 and goes to the rail and comes out, he needs to get out far enough. Don't underhit it and don't leave yourself inside the 7 towards the long rail. Get yourself out. And that's nigh on perfect. It's a wee bit the angle you might not want, but all you want to do is kill this and make sure you're on line and you're on the 8 ball. So he's leaking away. He's letting it run. And again, though, he's opened up to a good angle in the 8 ball, albeit he's on the rail. And it shouldn't be an issue, though. Again, don't underhit it. Make sure you overhit it. Because you've got all the room in the world to get on the 9. And suddenly, Popman finds himself 2 racks in front here. Goodness knows how. But he's sort of... he's applied himself and done the simple things in this rack that win you racks. That's probably the main thing to take from this rack. There was nothing difficult. It could be difficult if you start doing stupid things, and he kept it simple. And that's him now get 2 racks in front. Not all, what does that say there? Not all of us have the luxury of being a passenger in their underpants talking while scratching their scrotum. What the hell is that all about? Oh no, there's no. I see what you're getting at. When there's adrenaline flowing, and then there's just been a numpty. That's 2 different things. The numpty in a player is when a player's not thinking about what he's doing, which too many players do. The common sense part of your game has to come into it, and Popman's common sense got the better of him there, and he managed to win a rack fairly confidently. And now the pressure's on Paul. And again, this table has got one major issue. And in one of the earlier racks, Paul made the mistake of making the move at the wrong time. Now, is he going to do it again here? Because the first problem is where he's sitting in the 2 and where the 3 ball is. And he should be locking Popman onto that 6 ball. He's now going to try and do something extraordinary to find a way onto the 3. He's got a bank. If he wants to take it, he probably will. He should be bumping the 6 to hold for a shot in the 4, and then he might get crazy. Well, the 7's gone in as well. That helps him. And again, he should be looking for cover. Is he calling anything here? I mean, he's got a perfectly reasonable safety shot here. He looks as if he's calling the... Well, he was thinking about the billiard and the 10, maybe. Now, has he made his mind up? Well, he's making sure he's calling the 4. But he should be playing safe. And again, he's taking the stub approach and relying on luck that he's going to have a shot in the 5. And this is going to be a miscall. No, it isn't, because he's called the 4. It is a miscall. The 10's went in. So Popman has a choice. He's not going to give it back to him because Paul will have a go at the pot. But it's not easy. No, I'm not in my underpants. I'm just home from work. I'm still in my work clothes. I had to race. I was coming down the motorway 85 mile an hour to get home and try and get something to eat before these matches started. I work every Saturday. Well, this has now become a vital rack if you're in Paul's corner. Oh, where's the cue ball going?
Where's the cue ball going?
Trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Yeah, you're right enough. Well, the good news is Bankster is in the building. He's joined the room. Oh, that's a good shot there from Popman.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That's a good shot. Look at where the cue ball was. I mean, he's got his act together there with that one. That was excellent. Now this is the testy one. The pot in the 8's not the problem. What's going to be the problem is the pot in the 9. And that's at that horrible position just off the rail. And the chances are he's going to be playing it up past that side pocket. And he wants to get as straight in this as he can, because then it's just a roll through for the 10. And that looks not too bad. That's about as best as he could do. Now he just has to avoid catching that knuckle. He just needs to dink it down the rail, let the cue ball roll forward a couple of inches, and he's fine. He's just worried about the middle pocket here. And that's going to hold the line enough. And he's got his 3-rack lead now. The vital thing that Popman did against Larry was regularly punish Larry and stay in the match deep. Popman kept doing it against Larry. And now these errors from Paul have continued. And Popman's beginning to start picking off the racks and finding himself in a handy little lead at the moment. And also a ball in the break. And now looking for a half-decent safety here, I would think. That wasn't it, though. That wasn't a great shot there. But the pressure is on Paul. And he needs to find a gap, and I think he has. And that was a good roll of the ball. But now it's Paul who's under pressure to deliver. He's having a good look round, assuming that to know where he wants to go next. It could be 3 into the side pocket he was maybe looking at, but that's not going. And now, once again, he should just roll forward. That's all you have to worry about, is just getting the line for the pot in the 3 and letting the cue ball do its thing, because you're going to open up the pot in the 4 into this bottom left-hand corner. He's coming back, though. See, when you start stunning him at this distance, this can hang up. But he's got it clean. And he's just going to have to nick this one in and go forward a wee bit. Used all of the pocket. And important for Paul to see this through to the end, this rack. Because it's also on Popman's break, don't forget, so Paul gets the break next rack if he can finish this off. Now, once again, it's just a little dink. But has he dinked it too soft? No, he's fine, because he can send it. He might have disconnected here. His cue's disappeared. But he can just push this in with a wee tiny dab of right, maybe not even any, just to get himself over this side for the 9. Yeah, I think he's disconnected. The message will probably pop up in a second here. Now, while this is going on, a quick look at the bracket, and we'll see that Barker's is 15 racks to 5 in front, so that match will be over in a short while. If we go back to the main page, we've got the Bankster Acero match. In fact, he's now definitely disconnected. I don't think I can tab back to that. I think that's... let's have a look. Bankster and Acero are due to go ahead at 2 PM, so in about 40 minutes' time. But as I said earlier, I'm just wondering whether Acero's going to appear. He certainly doesn't appear in the lobby to hang around for a while practicing. He usually just turns up. And he's certainly not in the lobby at the moment. And of course, also we need to remember that this countdown clock is already running. Paul's got 10 minutes to get back into the room, or it will time out and he will forfeit. Now let me check and see if I've got my Bankster room ready. No, I haven't, because the Bankster one actually got arranged after I had set these matches up, so I haven't got a title for their match. But I'm hedging my bets that it might not go ahead anyway.
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
Well, Paul is back in the building. He's on the 8 ball, and we know that he just needs to run forward. Three ball has gone in. Half a shot in the 1. Now, can he cut this thin enough? I don't know whether he can in terms of holding good on this 2. Yes, he can, but he's actually, I think because of that, he's overcut it. I think that's what caused him to do that. He was trying desperately to stay in this bottom half of the table, to lie on the 2, and he's overcut the 1 because of it. Right. This 5 ball is a problem. Now, it's a delicate little shot to try and draw off the 2 and come out to about here, and he's not really committed himself to do anything there, Pop Man. He's left himself a dodgy cut, and now the cue ball's running. If he's playing the pot, and he's decided to try and just keep it tight. Oh, he can get away from the 10, no bother. That's going to be a missed call. Is it not? Aye, it is. And Potman not interested. Sticks Paul in again. There's an edge of the 4 showing, but I don't know whether it's an edge to be able to make a cut. No. Well, I think Potman needs to look at this 5 ball to make sure that he's, to know that he doesn't have to do anything. He just has to pot the 4. The 5 will drop into the side pocket. The only problem is getting back for the 6. So he might want to try and get out into the table here a fair wee bit if he can. To maybe give him enough angle to get back to the 6. What the hell is this crap? Well, this is not ideal. He might end up taking it up table now. Because he can certainly come back off it, but he's just gone a wee bit uncomfortable again. Oh dear.
Trouble with Scotland.
Where's the cue ball going?
That's where it's going. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. That's a spam bot or something that's in. Well, Potman, he won't get them much easier than this. All in hand in the 7. Well, if that's you just joining us, Cobra, then basically the story of this is the chances Potman's been messing about with early on in the match. Mistakes have been regular from Paul right from the off. And Potman was always just staying in touch within a couple of racks, and then he built up a 3-rack lead, and he's now going to do it again. Now this time to get to double figures. And meanwhile, that other match that we initially started watching, the one that started at 11:30, it should be almost over. Let's have a look. If it's not already over, let's see. Where the hell is it? Is it finished? Oh no, there it is. Barker's is on 15 and Brain Fill Out is on 7. So Brain Fill Out is hanging into the death here, but Barker's is just 2 racks away. Potman with a 10-7 lead. We've got the other match that I'm thinking might not go ahead at the top of the hour at 2 p.m. The match between Bankster and Acero. Acero, remember, was due to play Hazard in the previous round. Both players forfeited, and Acero was forwarded into the next round. But he's obviously arranged a match with Barkers. He would have had to acknowledge the email. So you would think his intention is to be here, but as I said, at 2 p.m. in the afternoon here, if Acero is in Japan, then it's almost midnight his time. And this is another one of these racks where everything's there. So 7 ball into the bottom right hand corner. If he's got the right angle in the 6, I don't know whether he has. No, he hasn't. So now, again, it's just about judging the pace and leaving yourself a good angle in this 8 ball to get back up for the 9. This needs to bounce. And that'll do it. Now again, don't underhit it. If anything, go up to the side pocket. Make sure you overhit it. Well, Stubbs' time will come. He's going to run into trouble sooner or later. So Potman now has a 4 rack lead. And Paul's break has given him the 1 and the 4. No shot in the 2. Now if he's played to that side, well that's poor, because he's going to be stuck back in. You see, these are the sort of things that Paul's been doing. He's just dug himself a proper hole here. Not Paul, Potman. It was Paul, wasn't it? Because Potman's gave it back. I've just realised. Where's the cue ball going? Well, it couldn't have turned out any better, because Potman's got a 2-10 combo here for a very quick rack. And that's a disaster from start to finish, this rack for Paul. Exactly what he doesn't need. And Potman's got 2 extensions here to take his time and get himself set. And suddenly it's looking all too easy for Potman. 12-7 in front. And it certainly didn't look like this early on in the match. And that cue ball tried to scratch. I haven't seen that result coming through yet in that other match, so it's still going on. It's 15-7 still, so they must be having a safety exchange in that match. Let's just tab that to the faster time. Has that got the legs? I don't think it has. And, well, Potman's in a wee bit of a comfort zone here, because the pressure's all on Paul to deliver. When this table's sitting reasonably good. But he's got to try and find a path to the 4 ball, avoiding that 8 and getting into an open space, which he's managed to do. And not the 4 ball, the 3 ball. That's pretty good. Just a little stopper. Don't think he wants to let this run and run and run. Well, that's not where I would have let the cue ball go to. It just means you've got more you have to do to control the cue ball with this shot. And you can see that because he's not getting perfect shape, he's running loose now. And that's a good one. How straight is he? Oh, he's dead straight. So once again, it's come back as far as you dare to the rail, I think, to roll that 7 in and drop onto the 8. And that's fine. Oh dear.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
It was fine and it was fairly straight. But he's hung it. And now Popman is just picking up the pieces here. Well, this is again ample punishment for Paul, rattling the 7 ball. And that just compounds the problems. You know, starting to make errors in the business end of the rack is always guaranteed to be costly. And it's now a 6 rack lead for Popman, and Paul just sort of falling right out of the game here. The mistakes have been there constantly. I mean, Popman wasn't any better early on, but all his objective was to just hang in at that point. But then from middle of the match onwards, he just began to run away. Getting these chances, Popman's beginning to stick them away, built up a very comfortable lead. And it might, I think it will, in fact, matter of fact, I think it is. I think it's just forcing Paul's hand to start taking on stuff that perhaps he shouldn't be. Well, this is tricky. He's dead straight in the 6. He's got to get that cue ball out of there to try and get a sight in the 7. And this 10 ball's in the way. Well, he's had a bump on it. How would you like this? This is not good. I mean, it does cut. You've just got to blast it and hope you get lucky in the 9. Well, that was a lot more controlled than I thought it would be, and it's unlucky. Again, he's hung it, and it's another one where Popman's just feeding off the scraps here, tidying up the rack. And there's the result through. Barker's has won and beaten Brainfill out by 17 racks to 7. And while Popman finishes off here, we'll have a quick look and get confirmation that Barker's is now through and supposedly waiting on the winner of this next match at the top of the hour that may or may not go ahead, the match between Bankster and Acero. And we'll see if that happens. Meanwhile, Popman is just 3 racks away from the next round. And Popman's break, I think, is dry and immediate. Probably had problems for Paul, because I don't think, can he see this one? Well, he can see an edge of it, but not much more. Oh, he's called the bank. Yeah, double kiss. I don't think it was good for a bank, that shot. But the end result's not bad. He'll settle for that. Good afternoon or good morning to Fast Eddie. Well, what you've missed is the first match that I was streaming earlier on today was a match between Barker's and Brainfill Out, and Barker's stretched away and has just won that match by 17 racks to 7. We left that match early on because Barker's was building up a lead. And we came to this match, which started... when did this match start? I've totally forgotten when this match started. But anyway, it's been scrappy. There's been loads of mistakes. But there's been continuous mistakes from Paul. Popman was trailing by a couple of racks for a few racks early on, he was, and again, struggling a little bit. But for the last 5 or 6 racks, Popman's just been picking off what's been left by Paul, because Paul can't get the job done. And, continuously Popman's been left 3 or 4 balls on the table, wide open, just to pinch the rack each time, and he's done it. And the next match that is due up is this one with Bankster and Acero. It may or may not happen. And then the final match of the afternoon, or the morning, depending where you are in the world, is the match between Sylvia and Hairpig on the one-loss side. Hairpig after his triumph over Larry. And Sylvia's going to be up against Hairpig if Hairpig plays to the same standard he did against Larry. Well, Popman having to kick, and it's given Paul a chance here. Now, does the 5 go into the side? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. And it doesn't go up top past the 6. And it goes into the opposite side pocket, which he's found a line to it. That was well done. Well, we've got these matches today up until dinner time, and then later on tonight at 7 PM British Summer Time, 2 PM Eastern, we've got the Saturday Night 9-Ball League, and that goes ahead, and it should go ahead after all these matches are complete. Well, Paul's went for the big heave-ho. The 7 cuts into the side. And this needs to keep running. If it bumps the 9, he's dead and buried. Well, he can see the 8. But what does he do to try and keep this safe? And this is again the continuing story of what's been happening in the last half a dozen racks. Paul's been in, getting so far in the rack. We're left with 3 balls on the table. Popman's just going to come in again and tidy up the mess. It's been all too frequent for this last half a dozen racks, and that's how Popman's built up this big lead and then just stretching away. Oh, this is the time I usually have my afternoon nap. I'm starting to yawn again. Oh. And I think the pressure is all off Popman now. I mean, he should be well settled. You know, he's in such a strong position. It would need to be an absolute nightmare of a disaster to lose this match now. It ain't happening. Popman doesn't need to stick his neck out. He doesn't need to do anything crazy. He just needs to be patient. His time will come. The chances will be there. He just has to be ready for them. And if Popman can get his act together, though, we might get this match finished. What the hell is happening here? Couldn't move the mouse. Ah. Well, why didn't he just say, give me a minute to do this, that, and the next thing? Popman had a problem earlier on where the mouse cursor was on the screen, which can happen if your mouse gets disconnected. Maybe if you're on a wireless mouse or something. I know what happened when I swapped my mice over in VP4, which I do on a regular basis. I've always got to make sure I tab out a VP4 first before I disconnect a mouse, because if you do it while you're in game and you plug a mouse back in, it doesn't come up with your little cue stick. It comes up with the mouse cursor in the middle of the screen, and you can't get rid of it. Right, Paul's having problems with his cue. I think he might be out of sync. I think that's part of the problem. It might be a bit laggy for him. I think it was Popman. Was it Popman that was saying it was a bit laggy early on? He hasn't said anything else since then. But I've not had any issues, and I presume the stream's running okay. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. What? The only way I used to be able to get rid of it was to bring up a second desktop and shut VP4 down and do all sorts of stupid stuff. But no, I have tried everything. If you just press Alt, it does not just get rid of the mouse cursor. It's never done it in my computer. So I've always tabbed out to the desktop and then reconnected my mouse before I go back into VP4, and that always fixes it. It's strange. So, Popman with a 15 racks to 7 lead. And here we go again. Here's Paul at the table. This is just continuously the same thing happening. Can he get it done this time? He's at the table's at his mercy, but he's never been able to complete the rack for at least half a dozen or more. And this cue ball's going to hook himself on that 8, and once again, he's done it. He can't see a sniff of the 6-ball. And Popman's going to come and tidy up the mess again and be in the hill if he has a shot this time, though. Well, this time, Paul's got lucky. The lucky bump on the 10-ball brings it into play. And he might yet get another chance here to stay in the match, basically. Well, if it goes to the side rail, it's not a bad result. I mean, it's come out. There is a chance of the bank. He's not called anything yet. He's calling it now, I think, past the 10. But you're thinking if he doesn't get this in, he might not be as lucky this time to leave Popman no shot. But that's well played. So where's the cue ball going?
Where's the cue ball going?
That's what I was asking, John. And here we go. Well, it's the same scenario. 4 balls on the table. Popman with ball in hand to get to the hill. Well, I don't think Popman could have ever have dreamed that this match was going to suddenly end up like this. It was nothing like this in the first half of it. But as soon as Paul got to 7, Popman was already in the lead at that point. That was Popman just getting into the lead. And then from there on in, Paul's game's fallen apart, as has Popman there in the 9-ball. So Paul's getting a lifeline here. And but as I said, for these last, it's not just half a dozen racks, but the last 10 racks, Popman's just tidied up the last few balls. That's the first time he's threw away that chance in this rack. But they've all been pretty much the same story up until now. Yeah, I was trying to change the titles, but it's not a good idea to do it while you're streaming because it lags up. So it does. I'll leave it for the time being, and I'll do that prior to joining the next match, and I'll get it set right. It'll just take a couple of minutes. Cue ball. Oh. Well, Popman should definitely be on the hill here. Just a drawback. And don't scratch in the opposite corner pocket. Just a gentle dink. Aye, you should always change the replay. The replay in VP4. Yeah, I agree with you there, Bedhead. So Paul's break to survive in the match, and Popman. Paul has a ball in the break, and he's either got a cut. I think it's got to be the cut onto the 6, not the billiard. Well, he's called the 6. And he's tried the billiard. I think he should have tried the cut there because the chances are the 1 was going to stay there and he would still have a shot. That was not probably the right shot choice. The only other thing is the 2 ball is not really going anywhere other than a 2-4 combo. Well, I'll be joining that other room as soon as I can. What I want to do is just change the titles in the stream just for continuity. Yeah, I know. I totally ignored what you said there, Bedhead. Yep. I read the bit that you were talking about VP4, but I totally ignored the bit about the mute in my XSplit. I've got selective reading. Well, that's ended up pretty good. Because that's got Popman buried well and truly here. Well, you'll do well to find a pass to the 1 ball at that. Oh, that's not a bad effort. But of course, he could play that shot in the knowledge that the 2's not going to be easy. Whatever Paul decides to try and do here. Now again, he's trying to do crazy stuff. You know, that's there's everything about stub about that shot there. And now he's given the table up to Popman. Where's the 2 ball going? And that's the worst possible outcome. The 2 ball is right in front of the 10. It's going to have to be made. It's not dead set, but Popman won't be hanging about. He's looking around the table. I don't know why he's looking at everything else. He's got a 2-10 combo here for the match. And he's not thinking, what the hell has possessed Popman not to be playing this 2-10? I mean, come on. That is just crazy looking around the table. It's a no-brainer. And in it goes. And Popman, in the end, won comfortably. It wasn't convincing, but it was convincing from the point of view that Paul did not change his tack 1 iota in that match and played right into Popman's hands and made it easy for him in the end. And it wasn't looking like that early on, but it's a comfortable win for Popman, 17 racks to 8. Now just give me 2 minutes, guys. I am still here. We'll be back with you in a second once I get myself sorted out. Hang on. That room will begin up in a minute or 2, and I'll just get my titles changed here if I can get it organised. So we're looking for Bankster. I still can't bloody type. What time is it? It's about 4 minutes away from that match starting. Come on. Right, so we've got the names changed. I'll just be a second while we get the flags changed. Right, we're ready to go. So, we're in the first rack in this winner's side match, race to 17, between Bankster, who has the Q8 flag under his name, and Acero from Japan. And, well, Acero's been a player that generally shows good sense, but he just doesn't seem to follow it through. He doesn't go as deep into these tournaments as you'd expect him to. Oh, it's Popman there. That was a strange match. Paul fell away big time. He certainly did. And for those last 10 racks, you just pinched every one of them, Popman, if you're still there. Oh, by the way, if you are still there, what was the excuse? Did you think the match was starting at midnight, or did you totally forget all about it? Now, let me just check my next channel. That's the one. That one that the match that we see there is the one that's due to start in 3 hours' time, I think it is. That's the match between Sylvia and Hairpig, Sylvia, who I seem to have forgot to give her a flag. I'll sort that out before the match starts. You're just late. Oh, is that you now in Twitter? Is that you now on YouTube now, Popman? Well, I wasn't all that complimentary early on in the match, Popman, but as I said at the time, the mistakes were continuous from Paul, which is why you then ended up building up that big lead. Oh, there's Paul there. What happened? When I'm on tilt mode, you definitely was. Popman just feasted off the errors time after time. But the thing is, you're still in the tournament, and if that's your worst match in the tournament, then fine, you've got it over and done with. You've still got time to find your feet against whoever it is you've got in the one-loss side. Well, meanwhile, Acero has won the first rack, and he's got a chance. I say a slim chance at the moment because that 4-ball doesn't look great. Well, this is already our third match of the day. We've been on since just before 11:30 this morning. The first match was Barker's against Brainfill Out. Barker's winning that comfortably enough, 17 racks to 7. And likewise for Popman, a comfortable win in the end for him. It didn't look like it early on, but it did turn out to be. And Acero should be the favourite for this match. Bankster doesn't have his extra money ball that he has in Friday night 9-ball. And I don't think that's particularly great safety either, because that 4-ball squeezes past the 5. And he's probably going to have to bump this 8-ball and hope that he holds for the 5. Well, he's bumped to 5 and he's still got it in play. 6 ball up top. You shouldn't really have a problem getting in the 6. Possibly the 7 into the side pocket on the right hand side. Or he could come up the table and take it into the corner, whatever he's comfortable with. Right, just give me a wee second, guys. Hang on. We'll see this shot to see if we can take care of something. Is anybody... I don't know whether there's anybody watching that's an admin on YouTube. I'm going to have to probably try and deal with this myself. Put your website on mute. Well, he's gone inside the 9. Now he can dig into this and draw and stun across to the right. But this always means that you might push this 9 ball slightly offline. It's never a guarantee, but he's got there. I'll be back in a minute or two, guys, while I have a look. Right, 2 seconds. Now, Semi-Pro, if you're there, you're a moderator on YouTube. Go and see if you can deal with that. I was just checking to see who the mods were on my YouTube channel. So, see if you can take care of that for me, please. In fact, if you were on the ball, you'd have took care of it a while ago. I'm just saying. Meanwhile, sorry for the interruption. It's now 2-0 to Acero. And hopefully that's us without further interruption to focus and concentrate on this match. There only is about 4 people watching this on YouTube. And one of them's this 89 mega crap. I assume you're still there, Semi-Pro. Oh dear. Well, here we go. It's Christmas come early again for Acero. And this is how Brainful outstarted in his match against Barker's. Could not get started. And this will just settle Acero right down. So 3-0, Brait goes back to Bankster and needs something to help him get started here. Now has Acero gone as well? He looks as if he's disconnected. His cue's disappeared. Oh, there he is, he's back. Well, that little bump off the 10, has that covered the 2? It has. Acero will be happy with that. Well, it's all gone quiet in the chat. Are you still? I don't think Semi-Pro's there either. I think he's left the build. Well, the unforced error from Acero, and Bankster has to get on the board here. Oh dear, and when it ain't going to be your day, things like that happen. The only way it could go wrong, nudging into the 8 ball, and he's got himself hooked in the 6. And he's trying to bank this up and down the table. And he's got enough of it to be able to play that. He has to avoid the double kiss. He's avoided it, and that's a good shot. Where's the cue ball going?
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
The cue ball stays in the table. but it's one of those nasty little cutbacks in the 7. The bump in the 9 hasn't done him any harm. And, well, again, the sensible shot is to roll right through off this 8 ball as far as you want to go. Well, he looks as if he's drawing back for the 9. I don't know why he's not just rolling through. Now he's played a sort of nothing shot, and that's not great. And I talked about that in Potman's match, where you play the most obvious shot, and he's given himself more work to do, but he's got the job done. He could have made it simpler. But he is going to get off the mark. But the break goes back to Acero. Still leading 3 racks to 1. Break is dry. And there is a shot for Bankster, who can just kill the cue ball and hold there for the 2. And this rack should be run out every day of the week. The first test is getting on this 4 ball and coming back for the 5 into the other left hand top corner pocket. And this is a bit straight, so he just wants to draw back far enough. And I don't think he's hit it. He's barely hit it. Can he get enough of that to pot it? I'm not convinced he can. I think he's overcutting it. And in fact, he's hit the 10. And he had to get into that 4 ball and did not go through with the shot. And this is Acero doing a Potman here, tidying up the mess and stealing the rack. I think he's pretty straight in this 7. You're going to have to force this quite a bit, I think. Well, it's high in the 8, but the cue ball's got to avoid the 10, whatever he does. Oh, and now the collision in the 9 has left him maybe no choice other than the bank. He could just roll on to the 9, but it's not very productive. He's called the bank. And that looks good. That's excellent.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Again, the pace is all important. But the cue ball is not great in the 10. It's not bad though, now that you look at it. And it went in on the far side, and it is 4-1 though. And I wonder if Bankster's story in this match is going to be all the racks that he can't see his way through. because it's taken that horrible pattern very early on in this match. And again, he's got a pretty good table here. 2 ball in the break, 1 ball into the side. Oh, he's bumped to 9, so it's a horrible shot he's got in the 3. And he's hoping he gets cover. And he has, pretty much. But Bankster is struggling big time. Now, he didn't call that into the corner. That should be a miscall in theory, yeah. And I don't know why he didn't. You should always be calling that when you're trying to kick. And that's a basic mistake there by Acero. And Bankster may well put him back in here. And he has done. That's the golden rule in 10 ball. If you're playing a kick, you've got to call a pocket somewhere in the table, especially that top corner pocket, because that was what was likely to happen if he got the right hit. But Acero's played a decent safety. Not a difficult hit, of course. But how's Bankster's luck going to hold out? And again, Bankster didn't call the 4 into the corner either. I mean, you can tell these guys don't play 10 ball or have never played it. You know, again, Bankster, like Acero, should have called that corner pocket. And I've decided to tell them in the chat just to remind them. Well, again, Bankster's just not getting through the cue ball. He's going to have to dig out a bank again and live up to his name. And he's not interested. He's not interested in it. Well, Acero could easily double kiss the 7 and come back to the kitchen of this 7 ball. And a good kick this time from Bankster. And he's, well, I might be tempted fate here, but he's looking like getting his second rack on the board. Well, it isn't a gimme. He's still got to get it in the hole. But he should be on the 10. And he'll be relieved at that. And talking about relieving myself, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute if anybody's still there. Right, I'm back. So where have we got to? Bankster at the table. Trailing by 2, ball in hand. And the biggest problem is playing this 4 ball after the 3 and trying to get this 4 ball clean without running into the 10 to try and get back for the 5, which is a lot easier said than done. Now, I think he can get down behind this 7. It depends on how thick he bumps this 10 ball. He's got to get right into the cue ball. And he needs to go far enough to avoid hooking himself behind the 8. Don't know whether he might be able to use the 10 ball to get there. Hard to say. And that's unlucky. I think he still would have ended up more or less hooked on the 8 and the 5 ball anyway. So, Acero with ball in hand should open the gap to 3. I think for the second time. Oh, he's gone too far. Acero's putting pressure on himself here. Oh, it did everything but go in. And Bankster will pounce. Or at least he should be. To pinch another rack back here. And we've already been on the air for pretty much 3 hours and 8 minutes since this morning. Well, a 2-rack swing there. It should have been 5-2. Bankster back to within 1. And Bankster's break comes up dry. This table isn't ideal for running out. The 6 and 7 ball are awkward. The 9 ball's acting as a bit of a blocker. 7 ball will squeeze past the 9. No, I'm busy streaming, Popman. I thought Semi Pro was there because I went onto YouTube to check who the moderators were, and Semi Pro is one of the moderators, but he's left the building by the look of it because he's not typed anything since. And meanwhile, Acero's still at the table, but there's trouble ahead. No problem potting a 4 and 5. Well, I think that's about as good as he could expect. I don't know whether he can bump the 9 here. Well, he's missed the 9. But he'll take it. He'll take it. Roll into the side. It's tight. But he's always going to have a shot in the 8 ball. And a Acero favourite now to restore a 2-rack lead. We'll be back in a sec. Right, I'm back again. So Bankster trailing by 2 at the table. And once again, the table is there. The balls are on. Where's the problem? So Bankster stays in touch. And we'll have the break in the next rack as well. While Bankster breaks off in the next rack, let's have a look at the bracket just to see how things look on the winner's side. We've got Albinario having gone through against Jose. So when did that happen? I must have missed that match. I don't remember streaming it. Or did I? 17, I probably did. 17 racks to 7. So it's Albinario and Bedhead in the top half of the draw. We've got Popman after his what turned out to be a fairly comfortable win in the end. Popman through to round 4, and he's now waiting on the winner of the match coming up on Tuesday, which is a match between Mr. Fox and Spectre Dawn. And that's going to be a step up again for Popman. He knows that. And he knows that he can't start that match the way he started this match today. Further down, we've got Cheeky Chico set up against Fast Eddie. And that is tomorrow afternoon at 4 PM British Summer Time. I'll be there for that one. That should be an interesting match to watch. And then further down, we've got Stubb now lined up to, well, he has been lined up for a few days to play Jover, but nothing arranged yet. But they've got another few days before the deadline. It's September the 30th, so there's no immediate panic in that match. And then further down, and of course, further down we've got Barkers, who is the snooker world champion in VP4, and he's come through earlier on today against Bradeville out, and he will now play the winner of this match here that we are watching, the one between Bankster and Acero. So that's us updated on the winner's side of the bracket. And Acero looking for the gap. He finds the gap, but he's having to spin the cue ball, and he's judged the pace of that well, and a nice angle in the 7 also. Yeah, I'm just checking the times on my phone here. Tokyo is 8 hours ahead, so it's actually 11:15 at night there. If that's where Acero is in Japan. I don't know whether there's any more than one time zone in Japan. I wouldn't imagine so. So it's like 11:15 at night. So 8 hours ahead. And it's now Acero stretching his lead to 3 racks again. Three ball goes in. Oh, that nudge has nudged the one ball back into the middle of the table. And the 2 ball is tight, but it does go past the 8. But he's stuck to the rail and he's trying to come back to get in a good line for the 2. See, this is tight to be playing it at this angle. It's always going to catch the 8 ball at this angle, or you're going to overcut it to the knuckle. You had to really be straight on this to give you the best chance of getting in. It's a very, very small window. And he's not got to a rail either. So, Banks, sorry. I think we've got lag here. I think Acero's back at the table with ball in hand. I thought it was Acero that was at the table. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to leave the room and come back in just in case. Well, this is as good a chance as anything for Acero to stretch this lead and run away from Bankster. Because Bankster not getting a ball to a rail is a big fail. Trying to be too delicate. Trying to squeeze that ball into the corner. And if it keeps rolling, let's have a quick look. Aye, slightly the wrong side of the 9, but. And the other thing is, this 10 ball is, well, it's not tight, but he's got to make up his mind how he's getting there. Now he's putting bottom and right English in this. If he's drawn back, he's drew to the short rail. That's the only way that English would work. You know, had he drawn back and hit this rail, the English wouldn't have worked. It would have worked against him, but he had to get to the short rail with right English on it to punch it around the angles. And he executed it well. And that's where you have to understand how the English works in order to play that shot. Because the right English, when he's played this ball here, the right English where he was, had he come back to that rail there, it was no use. The fact that he had that very slight angle the wrong way meant that he could draw the English, bottom and right English, so that when the cue ball hits that rail, it punches it to this rail and then heads down that way. And he played it perfect. And he does have a 4 rack lead now. And if the danger wasn't apparent to Bankster, it should be now. And Acero looks as if he's finding his feet here. He's settled down. Well, this will just be a straight little draw to the short rail in the bottom here. And he needs that angle, which he has got on the 4, so that he can just pot the 4 and go up into the middle of the table for the 5 past the 8 here. He's got loads of room. I think the evidence is there. You can see Acero has found his touch and he's settled in, and that's a danger here for the survival of Bankster, I'm afraid, on this winner's side. He's definitely looking comfortable to me. And no sooner have I said that than he's gone funny in the 10 ball. Well, this will be a fail if he can't do this. And it is a fail. Don't worry, guys, I'll get the buttons eventually. This is afternoon nap time, remember. Well, Acero was doing everything right and ran out of line in that 10 ball. And that has just given a little lifeline there to Bankster. He should have been 5 in front, and it's another 2-rack swing. And I think Bankster's had a ball in the break as well. He's on the 1 into the side. Probably take the 2 ball into the same pocket as well, I think. It looks like, is he trying to stun down? So we can just pot this in the side. And the worst that will happen is he goes below the 2. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, he's still got a pot, let's just say that, and Acero has finally disconnected. I think he was always threatening to. And bear in mind, if he's in Japan, like we all think he is, he should have a damn good internet connection. It's probably one of the countries in the world with with a very solid internet connection. That's provided they haven't just had an earthquake that's put paid to that. But Acero yet to come back in. This should all recover provided Acero gets back in. The shot clock should reset itself. Now Bankster won't be able to shoot anyway because he'll have the pop-up message on his screen. Right, we'll be back in a minute if he gets back. Well, according to the screen, Acero is back in the building. And Bankster hasn't a shot in the 2, completely the wrong angle in the 2. And not much chance of potting the 3 either, considering It's blocked pretty much into both pockets. It will go past the 9. But the way the cue ball's going to be tracking, he's decided he's not interested and he's looked for the safety, and that's a wise choice. Now, is there enough room in the gap? Oh, that's tight. It's very tight. It's far easier to catch that 5 or 7 ball going that way. He could go to the short rail at the bottom here and spin it into the 2. Well, he's trying to, I think, kick in behind this 2. And I think he might have just... Did he catch that 5 and then brush the 2? No, he got the 2 first. He just feathered it and no more. But even though Bankster's got a shot in the 2 here, it's still a tall order to have anything worthwhile on this 3 ball. Well, the idea was right. If the cue ball slows up, not the cue ball, the 2 ball, then he's got cover. Not quite though, and that's an even better reply.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That's excellent, and Bankster is in not see it. I think he might be that tight to the 9 ball. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually nailed to the 9 ball. And that's what you call a lock-up shot. And it extracts the foul from Bankster. Gives ball in hand to Cerro. And he's still got the problem with that 3 ball. It's in a horrible spot. So he's decided it's going to be the 3-8, and I think he's got it pretty much on the wire here. I mean, this is wired up to go in. He's never missing that. Now, a little bit of spin to the rail, get the cue ball moving. And that's it's just gone slightly too far. 6 doesn't pass the 9, because you would automatically just stun and draw back for the 6. It's not quite as simple now. Oh, that 9 ball just rolled right into the path of the 6 ball into the side. And now he's got to look for alternative options here. He's calling the 9 into the side. Well, at least he's left the 6 ball upward for Bankster. Well, this match has been on for an hour. We played 13 racks. Baxter misses the pot in the 6, but the 6 is now open. And Acero can steal another one. So the lead is now 4. The break also goes to Acero. 3 ball and a 5 ball in the break. And look at this 10 ball. And, well, there is a shot. Let's have a quick look. There is a shot in the 1 to cut it the side. Go to the rail and come back down this side for the 2-10 combo. Let's see if he can try and get there. And he's going the other way. It has to miss the 8. Well, the bump in 8 hasn't done him any harm. And it's going to be a quick rack for Acero. And now there's a big crisis on here for Baxter. And I don't think he's got any joy. Oh, that cue ball. Oh, the worst possible outcome. It's going to have to be a 3-5 combo. So, he can see enough, I think. Or can he? Oh, he certainly can not. Well, Baxter's got everything to do. He's up against it big time. And I don't think that Baxter's had a break and run. And he needs something like that to change momentum for him. That's a good safety. Once again, Baxter in heaps of trouble. 10 ball is guarding that 3 ball. from the kick on the far side if he thinks he can get there behind that 8 ball. Well, he's got a good hit. Unfortunately, he just brought it into play. And Acero just trying to find the gap to play that 4 on the 5. I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, he's actually caught the 10, I think. He's caught the 10 ball. My eyes are barely open here. I'm actually trying to snooze. Well, Bankster wasn't expecting this. Well, Bankster just trying to get 1 rack back. He's needing help. Oh, that ain't going to get the job done, I'm afraid. And Bankster's not helping himself. And I think he's feeling the pressure of trying to stay in the match, and that's working against him. Good morning to Dwight. Where were you? We've been here. I've been here for, what is it now, 3 hours and 40 minutes since I got home from work. It was a dash home and trying to get set up. And this is our 3rd match of the day so far. We've already had 2 results. And we've got another match to follow. But this time on the 1-loss side. All these matches have all been winner's side matches. With the match between Barkers and Brainful out earlier on. Barkers won that match 17-7. And we had Popman. And I immediately forgotten who Popman was playing. Who the hell was Popman playing? Because I've been partially asleep here watching this, trying to keep my eyes open. I've totally forgotten. Who was Popman playing? Popman was playing Paul, that's right. And that match, you wouldn't... You'd have to watch that match to understand how it went. For the first 16 racks, it was Paul that was in front. And it was Popman not being able to take his chances. And Paul was always a couple of racks in front. And then it got to 7-all. Popman finally got himself back into it at 7-all. And then from there, Paul just kept making the same mistakes that he was making to keep Popman in the match early on. And then there was a whole spate of racks, like maybe 8 or 9 racks, where Paul had the table pretty much there for him, and he just found ways not being able to get the job done. And all Popman had to do in each of those racks was come to the table and tidy up, 2 or 3 balls, 4 balls, maybe at most, to steal the rack. And that's what happened continuously. And in the end, Popman ran out comfortable, but he wasn't comfortable in the first bit of the match, I'll tell you that. And That's how he got through it. And now we've got the last of the winner's side matches today between Bankster from Kuwait and Acero from Japan. And Bankster just can't be consistent enough. And it's amazing what one ball difference does to him. I mean, he's a lot more sort of confident looking when he's playing 9-ball and Friday night 9-ball. But he cannot get it in gear in this game. Certainly not this afternoon. And he's barely hanging on here, as I am, because again, as I mentioned earlier, I should be right in the middle of my afternoon nap. And I'm practically asleep here watching this. And the last match this afternoon.
Where's the cue ball going?
The last match this afternoon is a one-loss side match, which is in an hour and 45 minutes time. And that is a match between Hairpig and Sylvia. Hairpig from the States, Sylvia from Germany, race to 13. And I think that's the one that I've got set up. I've got it set up there. And I need to put in the German flag for Sylvia because I've got to do it. Well, Bankster has committed the cardinal sin. He's hung the tent. And this match is now definitely gone away from Bankster. Well, Potman, you just need to hang it together for tonight. For the league. And Acero's gone again. Well, the shorter this match is in terms of racks, the quicker I can actually go and get something proper to eat and get myself set up to come back at 5 PM for the match between Hairpig and Sylvia. And I might try and have a little nap as well in the meantime, because I am pretty much falling asleep here. Now, did he call that on the side? He certainly called something, and he certainly did. Well, again, the odds for Bankster are not good here. It's bad enough to try and get in the 4, but the 7 and 8 are tied up. He might have actually bumped into place here. Well, he doesn't think he can get enough of it to pot it, and that's ran into the 6. He was hoping to use that 10 as cover, and it hasn't worked out. Well, the obvious target area for any safeties is behind the 7 and 8. Do you know something, Popman? I haven't the foggiest idea. I've totally forgotten. No, I can't remember.
Where's the cue ball going?
It's Sylvia's team we're playing tonight, I think, if I remember. I take it Witt's on that team. I'm pretty certain it's Sylvia's team tonight. Well, we can see the shot that will break out the 7 and the 8. And, well, Acero's taking his eye right off the ball because he's not got into that with any conviction. And Bankster's now left with a problem to deal with. So he needs to get out to about here. And he's not interested. I mean, you know, Bankster's at a stage now where playing defensively I don't think is going to help him, especially if he can't execute the shot. And he'd have been wiser to go for the breakout on that 7 and 8 there. Because Acero now has the cut and he's odds-on certainty to improve the situation here. As long as he doesn't come off the back of the 7 and run down and scratch into the corner. But this problem here should be taken care of. Well, you see how the cue ball was running down. It wasn't heading into the pocket, but it was running down that direction. But he's wide open here. And he should be adding another rack to the collection. Oh, no, it's not Silverstone. It just shows you how much I remember. Well, it's going to be a tough test. But I'm sure that VP4 TV's up to it. Well, it's an awful long way back for Bankster. And it's just going to be treading water here for Acero. Wait for the chance that he's bound to get. The 3 ball up top is locked onto the 8. The 3 ball does not go. Now, there's a shot. But that's all going to change in a second. Now, a clever little dink. See, you've got to be confident to play these and get in behind that 10 and 6. It's not a difficult shot. It's just about touch. I mean, he can obviously cut the 3, and he's going to be on the 4. And then it will have to be a 5-9 combo. But the 6 and 10 are going nowhere fast. And the 8 ball's blocking the pocket, so... Right, see you later, pot man. Don't make me send a reminder to let you know the leagues are on tonight, don't forget. Well, it needs to keep rolling this. Because the 5 will go past the 7. Once again, it's tight. There is no room for manoeuvre, but if he can pick the line, he can certainly cheat past the 7, and that's well played. Now what does he do? Well, this looks like the combo from the 6-10 onto the 8. It might be going a bit thin though. I don't think that's on. I don't think that is on at all. Oh, he's billiarded it in. What a shot that was.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Watch this. He kicks the outside of the 6 and then brushes around and catches the 8. That was well thought out. And then having said that, he's hung the 6. And Bankster has a chance for another consolation rack here. And it is really just about trying to get as many racks as he possibly can, just to make it look a wee bit more respectable. He wants to get to 7, because that's what Brainfallout got to earlier on. He wants to at least get to there. Oh dear.
Where's the cue ball going?
Well, it tried its best to scratch, but it stays up. Break is dry. And Acero with no shot, other than the push out. Well, this is a shot of desperation here for Bankster. He's got a perfectly reasonable safety shot he could be playing, but I think he's at the end of his tether and just going to go for it. And that's well done. He's picked up a cracker there.
That last shot.
That was excellent. Nailed it all the way. So he's got to 7, but it's still a 6 rack lead for Acero. And an easy enough combo for Bankster. A 1-3-7 combo. But will he be able to see the 1? And will it have a pocket to go into? And the 1 has gone in as well, which he could have done with it staying up. He's now got a tight cut in the 2, and he can get back for the 3 though. He has to go full-blooded for this, if he's going to go for it. But he's looking for safety, but the pace is running that cue ball around the table. Not a great safety. Oh, this is well overcut. That was
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That's one of those shots where the player's so much concentration on where the cue ball's going for the 3 ball, he's completely taken his eye off the 2. And Bankster's under hit it again. Hasn't quite got the cover, and Bankster could be in trouble again here. And he is. Well, you never know. This could come off the rail if he gets this 3 ball right, and it could hit the 9, and it could go in. You never know. but he didn't pick the line. So the first problem is immediate, coming back from the 3 to the 4, and then everything else after that, well, the tricky one is going to be from the 6 back to that 8. The 8 ball doesn't pass the 9, it's way too tight. Well, I don't think he'd have landed any better. He's got to watch the line on the 8 ball, because if it's played at any pace, he's trying to give it every chance to go in, and he has. Now the little delicate cut in the 9. Oh dear. Well, Bankster has an option. He can roll on to the 10, or he can go all out for the bank. Nice. He's called it into the right corner pocket. This is going to be thin. No, he's just playing safe. He's trying to fool me. And Acero might have gone again. The cue has disappeared. Are we going to get the pop-up? Well, we've been on these matches for 4 hours now, and Acero has gone. Bank has been called. Again, got to get this pace right. That's maybe going to the rail too soon. Is it going to hang up? No, it's gone in. The pace just helped it in. And it's 14-7. Played a little billiard from the 2 to the 4. Now he can cut this 2 into the side. I don't know whether he can cut this thin enough. He doesn't need to move the 3. That's the thing. The 3 does have a couple of pockets to go into. He can get to the right side, and he can get to the bottom left-hand corner. But his angle is too high on it to hold it with any great degree. Now that pace looks good. That's well done. He's got to avoid the 9 ball. And that's why he's drawn to the rail to take the 9 ball out of the equation. But once again, Acero struggling on that 7, and I think that wear and tear is catching up with Acero here. It's very, very late in Japan. I'm just reminding myself what time it is there. It is 11:30 at night there. But the only good news is it's 22 degrees, so it's a very warm night in Tokyo. And it's another consolation rack for Bankster. And Steve's opened a PM and then he's disconnected it, so I don't know what he's up to there. Hang on a minute. I don't know whether he's in Discord. I'm just checking. No, he's not. So I don't know what that was all about. And I don't know whether anybody's still there watching this. Am I all on my own? Everybody's gone really quiet in the chat. If there's barely 2 people still watching this. I think I've got my second win now. I think the tiredness bug from not having a nap has now passed. The brain was in partial shutdown there. But I'll feel a lot better once I've got something proper to eat, which I'm intending to do after this. Well, the bank was called, and he's on the 4, but he's going to have to really... I mean, look where the cue ball is. It's nailed to the rail. He's barely got any angle on the 4, and he's going to have to leave the long cut in the 5 and probably go up and down the table as well. I think he should just roll this in and make sure he rolls through. Now what's... Well, He's trying to work miracles here. And that's a missed call. And I think that's a big mistake. Because he should have just rolled through and left a long cut along the rail in the 5. He was always going to be in the 6. And Bankster's not thinking straight. Oh, Bill's still there. Fast Eddie's still there. And Steve PM'd me for some reason and then shut it, so I don't know what's going on there. And now he's been in the room and out. He might be intending to join the final match of this afternoon, which is the match between Hairpig and Sylvia. Oh, I think the cue ball's okay. It might be hampered over the 10, and then again it might just brush past the 10 and be fine. Not a problem. So, Acero's going to be 2 away. And Bankster's time in the winner's side is very short and little remaining. And I'll just blow my nose. I'll tell you something, this already feels like a long day. And we'll still get the one match to go, and then we've got the Saturday Night 9-ball league to come. And we're all wondering who's all going to turn up and who isn't. But it certainly doesn't look like Z Karaoke is going to make a show. And Bankster just cannot get this cue ball doing what he wants it to do. Well, does Acero go for the bank? I think he's got to. Go. Excuse me now, I've got the hiccups. Now because he knows that if he gets the cue ball back out into the table, it'll be on the 5, no bother. He just caught it narrow. And Bankster once again can get another consolation rack. Needs the right sort of bump. That's done him no harm. Now, I think he might have enough angle to run forward and out. And then this shot is just about pace and getting high enough on the 9. The higher you go, the shallower the pot is on the 9-ball. And again, he's just not hitting it. He's left a dodgy cut. A cue ball staying in the table. So, can Bankster get to double figures? Well, he'll have to wait because Acero's disconnected again. Right, we'll be back in a second.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10 Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat. Here is a suggestion I have had for a long time in VP4, allowing us to use the numpad numerical buttons as camera buttons targeted around the table. Why, you ask? It benefits anyone watching as a spectator. They don't have to keep using the V donut button to move around the table. It also helps anyone as a live streamer, me, to have a more professional looking camera work. Players in game themselves can quickly tap
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
Put 'em up, put 'em up!
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Right, Acero is back in the building. At least I think he is. And I don't think he's quite in sync here, because we've got a blue donut, which you rarely see, but you do see them. Yeah, I think there's a bit of synchronization is the issue here. Now, I've advised Bankster. He said he can't call the shot. Well, he's on the 10 now. It must have recovered, because I was telling him to kill VP4 and rejoin. But I think he's okay now. Ah, well, he's calling it now. Because there'll be a bit of sort of recovery from when Acero left the room and coming back into the room, and then things having to resynchronize once he had joined the room. So the 10 ball's eventually gone down. Acero still has a 15 racks to 9 lead. The 3 ball has gone in. But, well, the 1 ball does go. And the 2 is on. The 4 is on. 5 is on. And Acero's struggling with these cuts to the left there. He's missed about 3 of them. He's really struggling to find a line. I'm putting it down to tiredness, with it being late where he presumably lives. But he's certainly not picking the cut angle. Now, was that legal? Did that hit the 1 before it kicked to 8? Yes, it did. And he's not landed exactly perfect in the 2, but it does go into the side. And he hasn't picked a line for that either, so straight away Acero back at the table to try and get to the hill. And of course, also, he has to make a decision as well. Does he want to just get in a good line on this 6 and 9, or is he trying to get below it? Looks as if he's trying to get below it. And that is a pretty good pace. The worst he's going to have is a 7 ball into the top left-hand corner. He could end up with it into the side, but I think he'd much prefer it into the top left-hand corner, or this bottom one, because he's going across, and it's not an ideal angle this time. He's going to have to either just come back off it and leave a high cut in the 8, or start running the cue ball. And that's why it's caused him to miss the 7. And once again, Bankster can get to double figures. And he's got to maybe use the rail here and get this cue ball cracking off the short rail up past the 9 and back over to the left. He doesn't look as if he's doing that though. And that's probably why he's ended up going there. He should have used the rail. He should have used the rail with a bit of spin to get the cue ball running. And he wasn't brave enough. And he's still got a dodgy cut on the 8. And the bump into the 10 has ruined his positional shot. But again, it's a thin cut, and he should, if he can, well, he's not even cutting it. Let's have a look. Well, I would cut that every day of the week. And he's got the bank though. That was well done. And he does get to double figures, and the score looks a wee bit more respectable now. And I think Acero's in his last legs. I think the finishing line can't come soon enough for Acero, because he's beginning to leak racks here a little bit. I mean, it's not that Bankster's thinking he's got a chance to win it. I mean, he's still in it, but he still needs an awful lot to go in his favour. But at least he's at the table and he's potting balls. Now, from the 3, when he pots this 2 and 3, he needs to get high enough in the 3 though. Again, he wanted to be further up. I mean, he can still cut the 3, come across the table and back out when he's running into the 5. That wasn't it, because he wanted to finish a bit there to cut the 5. And now he's going to have to try and duck, get a decent safety in. Well, I think this is too much of an invitation for Acero to not be taking this cut on down past the 6. He's going to be unlucky not to see the 6. So I think this is all out to get to the hill. And this time he's picked a peach. And he's also got, I think, enough angle to be working with here to get decent on that 7. But I think he's just running, he's fine, it's just holding off. And now, the only thing that will happen here is if he ended up scratching the opposite side, but he's well inside that line. And now it's easy. And it's also going to be Acero's break for the match. Again, loads of running in the balls, but none to a pocket. Well, Bankster might go for the pot. He might blast the 110 combo. Well, he had a cracking one earlier on, and this one's worse than the first one he had, and he still nailed it. It'll be a good one, this one. Oh, that's a beautiful effort. That's unlucky. He gave it every chance for the pace, and he's got the second prize. And if Acero can't hit this one ball, he's given the rack to Bankster. He's got to hit the one, because if he doesn't, it's ball in hand for a 110 combo. He's got to move the one ball. And he's doing the right thing as well, calling the 10 just in case. But the priority is to hit this one way or another, and it almost came off.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
It almost worked there. That's why you must always call a ball when you're playing a kick. So much so that I had to tell these guys in the chat earlier on, because they weren't doing it. And now Bankster was hooked in the one. And now Acero with ball in hand. And a table that you just have to be careful with. I mean, all the balls are in reasonable position. So come back for the 3. Out into the table for the 4 top left. And you want to just be rolling through for the 5 into the top right. So he has to be thinking about how far to the right of the table he goes. Let's see. Well, I think he can get away with that. Now he's around the crown of the bend with the finishing line in his sights. Well, he's came out a bit further. So now he can go across, or he's again just trying to drag off this 9. But he's still got the shot. Struggling to make the cuts in the left hand top pocket. But no problem with that one. So that seals the fate of Bankster. He's over to the one loss side. It's a win, and a fairly comfortable win, but Acero was making his mistakes. But it's 17 racks to 10 to Acero. And, well, that now should take care of the third round matches, I think. So it's now Acero against Barkers. That'll be an interesting one to watch. We've got Jover against Stubb. And we have Chico against Fast Eddie, which is tomorrow afternoon at 4. We've got the Mr. Fox match for Spectre Dawn, which I think is next Tuesday. and the winner of that will play Popman. But we know what the top match is in round 4. It's once again, it's all Sweden. It's Albinario against Bedhead, and it's also Sylvia against Hairpig, and that is going to be in about an hour and 5 minutes time, and I'll be there for that. We've got Cheeky Chico and Fast Eddie tomorrow. We've got Smoking Sid and Interchange X at 9 p.m. I won't be there for that because that's too late. But again, that'll be a good match to watch. I may well watch the start of it, but I won't be streaming it because it's going to finish way too late. I've got to be in bed for work the next day, and then that's the last match. So there's going to be a short interlude while I get prepared for the one lost side match with Hairpig and Sylvia, and it will then should take us up to the Saturday night 9-ball league. So until then, thanks all for joining. Take care, and we'll see you again in a little while.
We don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.